Teste. Teste. Ah. Power with the microphone. I'm trying to get back to the... So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of this conference on the 20 years of intervention in Afghanistan. I'm sorry for this noise. Someone is hijacking my speech. So today is the second day of the conference, and I have the pleasure of chairing this panel on new forms of terrorism, and especially with a question addressed to the two main participants in this panel. How can international law keep up with the challenges posed by new combat technologies? So thank you very much, first of all, to Professors Inês Mourinho and Francisco Elhas Lima for organizing this conference and for inviting me to chair this panel, which will begin with an intervention by Professor Russell Buchan. I hope I didn't mispronounce your name. He is professor at the Sheffield School of Law, and he is an expert in international humanitarian law, international criminal law, and issues regarding cyber war. So he has extensive publications on how international law is being impacted by new technologies, including the use of autonomous systems, cyber espionage, etc. Then we will have Professor Afonso Seixas Nunes, with whom I share an alma mater in Universidade Católica, although he is from Porto and from Lisbon. He is nowadays professor at St. Louis University in the United States. He got his PhD from Essex University and a postdoc from Oxford University. He's also an expert in international humanitarian law, and he has extensive research and publications also in the field of cyber war and the use of autonomous systems in the context of international law on the use of force. So, starting with you, Professor Russell Buchan, how can international law keep up with the challenges posed by new combat technologies? The floor is yours.
Almost impossible to find the Well, thank you very much for the generous introduction, and thank you to the organizers for their invitation and for their help in ensuring that I arrived here safely. It's great to be here, and it's great to be on a panel with my good friend and colleague, Afonso. And I'll speak for around 25, 30 minutes or so, but I'll be sure to leave time for questions for discussion. So, the military intervention in Afghanistan, which was shortly followed by the military intervention in Iraq, raised a number of important, interesting, and complex questions concerning the circumstances in which the right of self-defense can be engaged under international law, and also the acceptable limits of the right of self-defense. Now, if we fast forward 20 years or so, we see similar questions being raised with regard to the application of the right of self-defense to cyberspace. And in this presentation, I'd like to look to the cybersecurity policies of two states in particular, the US and the UK respectively, because I think that these cybersecurity policies raise quite unique and novel questions concerning the scope of the right of self-defense, and you may legitimately question whether anything new can be said on the law of self-defense, but it's fallen on me to show that there are some quite interesting and unique questions raised in this context. So let's look to, first of all, the US's policy, cyber policy on self-defense. And originally it adopted this doctrine of persistent engagement, which it's operationalized through the doctrine of defend forward. And I have a quotation there, so I hope you can read it. But basically it means taking the fight to the enemy. Basically it means stepping onto the networks and systems of other states in order to neutralize the cyber threat. The UK has adopted a fairly similar policy of what they call passive and active cyber defense. Passive cyber defense is probably relatively legally unproblematic. It's about protecting your networks from within, so it's anti-intrusion software, it's encryption, all of those types of things. But active cyber defense looks much more like the defend forward strategy of the US. So this is taking offensive cyber operations within the networks and systems of other states in order to neutralize the cyber threat. So what type of situation do we have in mind here, and what type of situation do I want to subject to legal evaluation? Well, circumstances can arise where a state, in executing its defend forward strategy, in executing active cyber defense, will conduct cyber operations in response to a prior armed attack. So it's really important if we just accept for the moment that a state has been the victim of an armed attack, could be a cyber armed attack, but the victim state looks to respond through defend forward, through active cyber defense, with a cyber operation against the networks of another state. Now, almost certainly that cyber operation will run into conflict, or at least prima facie conflict, with an operative rule of international law. Perhaps non-intervention, perhaps the principle of territorial sovereignty, but critically, it's unlikely that that cyber operation will rise to the level of use of force. We know that a cyber attack can be a use of force, but there's much contestation around what the threshold for a cyber use of force is. And although we can see from the Italian Manual 2.0 that there was much discussion and there was much disagreement, I think we can at least agree on the fact that that threshold is quite high. And the majority of offensive cyber operations taken pursuant to the defend forward strategy and to the active cyber defense strategy would probably run into conflict with the rule of international law, but would not rise to the level of a threat or use of force, is the essential point that I am trying to make. So the question becomes, how do we accommodate these types of defend forward, these types of active cyber self-defense operations within the framework of international law? You would legitimately think of the doctrine of self-defense, of the right of self-defense, because of their characterizations as defend forward strategies, because of their characterization as active cyber defense, and especially if these operations are taken in response to an armed attack, which is the critical feature. However, if you look to the overwhelming majority of international legal commentary, what I would call the conventional wisdom, what you will see is the right of self-defense as being presented, and I quote James Crawford here, as an exceptional right intrinsic to the use of force prohibition. So self-defense is not presented as a general right under international law, but as a right that can be engaged in order to justify what would otherwise be a threat or use of force. And as I say, this is the mainstream approach in international legal literature. I also give you the separate opinion of Judge Higgins here in the advisory opinion on the Israeli war, where she said, I remain unconvinced that non-forcible measures, such as the building of a wall, fall within self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. As I said, this was also a position reflected in the reports by James Crawford when he was Special Rapporteur, but will also find their way into the ILC's commentaries on the Articles on State Responsibility. And the majority of other academic commentators would also take this position. So Hans Kelsen, writing just in the years following the signing of the UN Charter, also took the view that self-defense is the use of force by a person illegally attacked by another. There are a couple of commentators that have taken the view that I will take in a moment, that self-defense is more of a general right under international law that can be engaged more generally in order to justify any violation of international law, provided, of course, it meets the other criteria and the restrictions for self-defense. So this is a position adopted by Derek Bowett, but he explored this issue only very briefly in his seminal book, but also by Christian Tams in the European Journal of International Law. But Christian questioned Judge Higgins' determination in a footnote. So really, this exploration of self-defense as a general right under international law is very much understudied. And my central claim, to put it very clearly, is that self-defense should not be seen as an exception to the use of force prohibition, but should instead be seen as a general right under international law. So as I say, this is quite a novel claim, and let me give you some reasons, my justifications for this claim. First of all, of course, the right of self-defense wasn't born in 1945 with Article 51 of the UN Charter, but the right of self-defense was posited in customary international law many centuries before. And if you look to the state practice supporting that customary rule on self-defense, you will see that self-defense is being invoked as a general right. I won't go through all of the practice. I'll perhaps just go through the Caroline incident, which I'm sure most of you are familiar, where the UK sent forces into the US in order to destroy the Caroline steamboat. Now, if you look to the correspondence between Secretary of State Daniel Webster and his British counterpart, then that correspondence reveals an acceptance of the right of self-defense under customary international law, but moreover, the discussion was whether or not self-defense could be engaged to justify what was otherwise seen as a breach of the principle of territorial sovereignty. Discussions around self-defense as being a justification for the use of force were simply not present in those discussions, and there's a very good reason for that. As Ian Brownlee has demonstrated, the use of force prohibition didn't emerge as a customary principle until at least the interwar period between what he says is 1928 to 1945. So the point I'm trying to make is actually that the principle on the non-use of force and the right of self-defense are not inextricably linked, are not inseparable, but they developed at different points in time and in a different context. Basically, self-defense predates the prohibition on the use of force. And as we know, again, drawing on the ICJ's judgment in the Nicaragua case, that the reference to self-defense as an inherent right, the description of self-defense as an inherent right, is designed to preserve its pre-existing the customary international doctrine and to carry it forward into the post-Charter era, subject to modifications and adjustments, of course, in order to make it suitable for the collective security system. So as we know, Article 51 requires invocations of self-defense to be reported to the Security Council, and the right is suspended when the Security Council takes effective measures. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the core aspect of self-defense, and in particular that aspect of self-defense which is seen as a general right, was carried forward into the post-Charter era. And in fact, if we look to Article 51 itself, we can see that there's nothing within that provision that precludes the presentation of self-defense as a general right. In fact, it's usually the case, ordinarily the case, that self-defense is engaged in response to what would otherwise be seen as an unlawful use of force. That's the typical context in which Article 51 is engaged. Now, if that's the case, then surely it's just a matter of logic that if self-defense can be engaged to justify its uses of force, it should be able to be engaged to justify lesser measures. And in fact, I won't try to pronounce the Latin phrase there. Perhaps Afonso can do that much better than me. But it basically translates to, in the greater is always included the lesser. Now, this is a maxim that's often invoked by international courts and tribunals in order to justify the inclusion of lesser measures where the greater are permitted. Again, I have some jurisprudence from the ICJ. I won't go through it for the sake of time, but I can pass that on to you. And there's also state practice confirming this approach. So before the General Assembly, where there were deliberations over the construction of the security wall in Israel and in Palestine, perhaps you can't read that, but I'll read it for you if it's big enough. International law and Security Council resolutions have clearly recognized the right of states to use force in self-defense against terrorist attacks, and therefore surely recognized the right to use non-forcible measures to that end. I think that quotation captures what I want to say there. Also, the structure of the UN Charter. Think about the location of Article 2.4 within the Charter. It falls within Chapter 1, the purposes and principles. But Article 51, critically, is located in Chapter 7 of the Charter. Actually, textually and structurally, there doesn't seem to be any obvious or inextricable link between Article 51 and Article 2.4. And this was borne out in the travaux préparatoires of the United Nations Charter, where a number of delegates commented precisely on location of Article 51, and I give you the Chinese quotation there, because I think it captures what I want to say most clearly. But Article 51 amounts to an exception to the enforcement arrangements decided upon by the Security Council. So, the Security Council, through the collective security system, has the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, but in the absence of enforcement action, the exception of Article 51 is operative, and states can act to defend themselves from an armed attack. Also, the state practice of Article 51 subsequent to the adoption of the United Nations Charter. I've already mentioned Israel's opinio juris in relation to its construction of the security wall, so I won't talk through that. I could also talk through some of the economic measures that were deployed by Canada, Australia, and New Zealand in response to the Falklands invasion, where you have those states saying expressly that they were deploying economic sanctions in order in collective self-defense of the UK, because some of those economic sanctions breached rules of the GATT. That perhaps would have been more an interesting example to go through, but I think I'll look to regional security arrangements instead, just because it's quite topical at the moment, and in particular NATO. I could have looked at the Rio Treaty. There are other security arrangements which take the view that self-defense includes non-forcible measures as well. But let's look to Article 5, perhaps the one, as I say, we're most familiar with. Article 5 states, just a quotation from it, but in essence that a member state can take such action as it deems necessary, including the use of armed force. It's a really important phrase, including the use of armed force, so presumably to include other measures in order to restore and maintain peace and security in the North Atlantic area. Now, the history of Article 5 and its formulation in these terms is very interesting. It was really a US-driven, the text of Article 5 was driven by the US, which wanted a collective security arrangement in the North Atlantic area, but didn't want to commit themselves to providing military support in the event of one of the members was attacked, not least because the provision of military support requires authorization under US law. So what the US wanted to do was preserve, it was a compromise really, to ensure that there was this collective self-defense pact, but that they could take measures, including the use of force, but other measures in order to support an attacked member. And actually that formulation that we see there in Article 5 is repeated, not verbatim, but pretty close to verbatim, as I say, in the Rio Treaty and in other collective or regional security arrangements as well. Now, I'm sure burning on your tongue is the view which is taken by a number of scholars that, including Tom, who I've spoken to about this before, so it's a shame he's not here today, but perhaps others in you might be thinking to yourselves, surely if a state is subject to an armed attack, that will be an unlawful use of force. It will be an unlawful use of force, almost certainly, or invariably. And if a state responds with a non-forcible measure, then it should be characterized as a countermeasure instead. Sicilianos has written on this quite widely, so I can send you the reference to that as well. And in one sense, he makes quite a compelling case. However, I think he misses a number of critical features. And it's those critical features which I consider it to make it inappropriate to accommodate non-forcible self-defense within the doctrine of countermeasures, and instead why we should see non-forcible defensive operations as instead being classified as acts of self-defense instead. So I'm sure you're asking what are those reasons. Well, first of all, conceptual. When we talk about defense, when we talk about a response to an armed attack, we are basically invoking a warlike paradigm. This is very different from countermeasures, which are law enforcement measures designed to implement state responsibility for breaches of international law. So just it's conceptually wrong to say that a non-forcible response to an armed attack, a non-forcible cyber operation that's designed to halt and repel an armed attack, why it should be considered a countermeasure. It's not a law enforcement operation, it's an act, it's a warlike response. Theoretical as well. I won't discuss this too much because we go down a rabbit hole a little bit, but Federica Padua has just written a very good book on justification and excuses under international law. But I was in Germany a couple of days ago, and I was speaking to a colleague about this as well, and he said that in German criminal law, it's this distinction between justification and excuse is very prominent. I don't think we quite have it in English criminal law, but in international law, I think it gains traction and salience. Self-defense is a justification. If a state acts in self-defense, its behavior is inherently lawful. It's lawful per se. It's lawful from the very beginning. No violation of international law ever arises. In my view, countermeasures are excuses. There's an acceptance that your conduct has prima facie violated international law, but given the exceptional circumstances existing at that time, your behavior is excused. Now, you might think, what's the difference? If your behavior is justified or excused, you're not going to be held responsible for what you've done. Well, I don't think that's particularly correct. And I refer you to Vaughan Lowe's articles on justification and excuses in the European Journal of International Law, where he explains that reputationally it makes a big difference for states to say, my behavior is justified, or instead to go down the excuse route. Let's look at the doctrinal issues, which perhaps may be more important. I won't go through all of the important differences between countermeasures and self-defense, but there are some critical distinctions between the two, and why it's much more advantageous, in fact necessary, to characterize a non-forcible defensive operation or cyber operation as self-defense rather than a countermeasure. I heard there's lots of discussion about anticipatory self-defense and perhaps non-state actors yesterday, so I don't want to poke that bear again today. But some people take the view that self-defense can be taken against non-state actors. I take that view. But countermeasures almost certainly can't be taken against non-state actors. It's about implementing responsibility for breaches of international law, which invariably are held by states. So if you have a situation where a state takes a non-forcible cyber operation against a terrorist group in response to an armed attack, how it can be a countermeasure, but it can be an act of self-defense. Anticipatory self-defense, again, not wanting to open up discussions on anticipatory self-defense, but if we accept basically the Caroline formula that self-defense can be engaged in response to imminent overwhelming and immediate threats of armed attacks. Anticipatory countermeasures is a complete misnomer. You can take countermeasures in response to a prior violation of international law. So if you have an overwhelming threat of an armed attack, and a state wants to take a cyber operation in order to thwart that armed attack, that can fall within the framework of self-defense, but it doesn't fit with countermeasures at all. And then just finally, I think I've probably made my point, but also prior notification. This speaks to the difference between justification and excuses, and between the law of war, a warlike paradigm, and a law enforcement paradigm. Under self-defense, of course, if you are responding to an armed attack, if you are looking to thwart an armed attack, if you're looking to halt and repel an armed attack, there's no obligation to notify the aggressor state. It would defeat and undermine the purposes of self-defense. There is a requirement of notification to the Security Council, but that's a different issue. There's certainly no obligation to notify the aggressor that you are about to take defensive action against them. In the context of countermeasures, however, there is a requirement of prior notification. It's not an absolute requirement. It can be dispensed with under exceptional circumstances, but generally it's required that you would first notify the wrongdoing state that you are about to take countermeasures against them because of their breach of international law in order to give them the opportunity to rectify their behavior. So again, I find countermeasures to be a very unaccommodating home for non-forcible measures that are in response to an armed attack. So let me just, this is a conclusion, but let me take you through it slowly. There are many of you in the audience, I'm sure, thinking this is a very slippery slope. This is a very dangerous trajectory on which to set self-defense on. We have seen, not least in response to Afghanistan, certainly in response to Iraq, many efforts by usually powerful states, which I think is relevant, to broaden and expand the right of self-defense, often in a way that self-defense should not be expanded. As I'm thinking here of the Bush Doctrine and preemptive self-defense. There are other examples of this, for example, trying to flatten the gap between a use of force and an armed attack. And there are many areas in which we've seen attempts to expand the right of self-defense. And we should be careful of that and cognizant of that. But my claim that self-defense is a general right in the way that I presented today, I don't think should be seen as another attempt to expand the law of self-defense beyond its acceptable limits. Why? Because I've not sought today to tinker with, adjust, or modify any of the restrictions that we know that self-defense is subject to. I'm not challenging that these non-forcible measures can only be taken in response to an armed attack or an imminent threat of an armed attack. I'm not suggesting that these measures can be taken where they're not necessary or proportionate. The principles of necessity and proportionality circumscribe the right of self-defense. Of course they do. They are very well established in customary international law. And the requirement to report to the Security Council and the ability to take self-defense continues to be suspended or even terminated where the Security Council takes effective measures. So I'm not looking to disturb those well-known restrictions on the right of self-defense. And as a final point, it may even be the case that recognizing that the right of self-defense includes non-forcible measures can actually have a boon for the maintenance of international peace and security, because a state may be encouraged to take non-forcible measures before it takes recourse to forcible measures in order to ratchet up the pressure on the state and in order to repulse the armed attack. If we restrict self-defense to exclusively forcible measures, then that could almost incentivize states to rush to forcible measures in order to respond to the armed attack. So hopefully this articulation of self-defense as a general right will actually enhance rather than further disrupt the maintenance of international peace and security. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you very much. I'm sure that the audience will have many questions to make you, but before that, not the crossfire, but Professor Afonso Seizure will also make his presentation, and then we can go to the audience to see if anyone has questions.
So good morning, and first of all, thank you very much for having me, so Francisco and Inês. And so during these last couple of days and thinking about autonomous weapon systems and the problem of new technologies of warfare, and especially after the meetings of today with the level of intensity, last night I woke up at 3 in the morning and decided to change quite dramatically my topic. And I'm not sure of what I'm saying, but I'm sure about my question that according to the Vicar is already a good start. So I will quote my former teachers. So the topic of my conference at the beginning was an impossible war against algorithms. After 3 a.m. this morning, it's could algorithms be agents of an armed attack? And I believe that, just as an introduction, when we talk about autonomous weapon systems, maybe because of an autonomous intellectual mechanism that we all have, we associate autonomous weapon systems with humanitarian law. So we raise our questions about the legitimacy and accountability of the deployment of these weapons from a humanitarian or laws of war perspective. And actually, and funnily enough, the problems of jus ad bellum and the use of autonomous technology have not been explored by academia. So I went to libraries online, my own Oxford and Cambridge, to see the quantity of articles published regarding autonomous weapon systems and jus ad bellum. And there is actually one published in 2021 by my former supervisor, which forgot to inform me about that article. And so I'm just trying to move the angle of perspective of autonomous weapon systems from the jus ad bellum. A second kind of remark that I would like to say is that when we look to the CCW, so to the Convention for Conventional Weapons, it's the perfect stage for the different perspectives that we have about autonomous weapon systems and among scholars, NGOs and states. And, you know, we attribute these discussions mainly to different perspectives between states in favor of autonomous technology or against it. But when we read the statements of every single state, we start noticing differences between the states that only analyze the problem of autonomous weapon systems from the laws of war perspective, but also other states, including the US, Israel, Russia, Canada, India, and Australia, that raise the question of defensive autonomous systems, thing that I didn't notice until last night. So actually, these states, when they are discussing autonomous weapon systems, they distinguish themselves from the other states because they raise questions of autonomy at the level of jus ad bellum and the exercise of the right of self-defense. Thirdly, there is a quotation of Professor Anderson, Kenneth Anderson, when he started studying autonomous weapon systems and writing about, he suspended his writing at a certain point, 2018, and he said, now I'm going to take an academic leave to study artificial intelligence. And, you know, of course, he's in a position that can take 4 years of academic leave. And then when I was talking with him, he told me, you know what is the problem of lawyers? Is the problem of lawyers when we are talking about autonomous weapon systems is that we do not know what we don't know. And one thing that lawyers do not know is what implies to attribute autonomous capabilities to a defensive or offensive system. And so we look always to autonomous weapon systems from the perspective that the legal standards of appreciation of a weapon will fall under the categories of Article 35 and 36. We apply the advisory opinion, but are we talking about a normal and traditional weapon? And here is probably where I have more fights in terms of academia, because I believe that autonomous weapon systems are actually a shift of paradigm. Why? Because when we understand the kind of algorithms that we are talking about, we are not talking about the traditional program or computer program that if I see yellow, I react green. If I see green, I order red. That is what we call the deductive kind of algorithm, the algorithms that we use every time we work with a laptop. The situation changes when the algorithm starts choosing for me, when it's able to identify who in this room is a possible target, who is investing in things that it shouldn't invest. So we have this situation that algorithms, and we can raise lots of issues as NGOs have raised in terms of data privacy and big data and so on. But the capacity of having these tremendous algorithms of starting to discover what can be classified as a threat. And actually, and this will be my last remark, I think that we lawyers, I don't know if we have already understood the impact of what means to have an autonomous algorithm, or so-called neural networks, operating in the context of self-defense. So now that I made my introduction, I want to, so my presentation is divided in 3 topics. So I will look to the questions of definition, how we should address an autonomous weapon system, how the UK has addressed the problem of definition, and how the US has defined, and my own definition with, with all the requirements of humility respected, which with academics normally is put aside. And then after the question of definition, I would look to the question of moral agency, because are we talking about agents on the battlefield, or even before the battlefield, if we consider that an algorithm can be actually autonomous, and we're going to look at the positions about Japan in this matter. And then I will look to two, on my understanding, two probably very big problems that lawyers need to look at. Though they are not new questions, I just want to see this question from a new perspective. First, the accountability trap, not the accountability gap that normally is familiar with all the lawyers, but the accountability trap is the problem that very few scholars, though the roboticists are calling our attention to the problem of errors of software. So it's not an error that can be attributed to programmers or to the human operator that activates the system, but how the neural networks process the information. And that will be my question about the accountability trap. How will we address errors of software? Will we apply the same legal framework that until today we apply for malfunctions of weaponry? So basically no one will be held accountable for errors of software. And then I will address the problem of accountability gap, which is a homage to Amir yesterday when he was raising the problems at the ICC and the levels of guilt. The fact that, according to the ICC guilt standards, dolus eventualis is not accepted under the normal interpretation of Article 30, though we find jurisprudence that has accepted dolus eventualis. And the second question is the reasonable doubt. So what will we make of human operators that when designing and programming an autonomous weapons system for defensive or offensive purposes were not able to foresee the risks of an autonomous system being activated. Of course, we think that this is a far-fetched future. It doesn't raise many questions today. But actually, in the 80s, we had a very serious problem and threat regarding the use of a possible use of autonomous system. The famous case, the Petrov case. So basically, for those who are not familiar with this area, the Petrov case, it was a Russian defensive system that, by a mistake made by the software of the system, identified wrongly a possible nuclear attack by the United States. And so the defensive systems of Russia wanted to be activated to reply to this so-called armed attack, but Petrov, the soldier at the time in duty, doing his shift, thought it was so strange the coordinates of the missile that, according to the computer, had been identified as being launched by the US, that he suspended the defensive systems of Russia. So in the 80s, we had the possibility of having a false exercise of right of self-defense by Russia against a possible armed attack that was misinterpreted by a computer. Nowadays, we have neural networks, and then so this is by example just to raise curiosity. Another example that might raise some concerns is the famous Boeing 737 MAX that were grounded because of a technical problem. When you read the case and actually the full report presented by Boeing, and you can see that Boeing was very quick to pay compensations and to accept that there was a technical problem. What Boeing forgot to tell the public, which is in the report, is that there was a technical problem that can be attributed to Boeing, in the sense, it was badly programmed, so that it's easily addressed. But what Boeing in the page 638 of the report says is what the problem was, that when the autonomous system identified wrongly the problem of atmosphere, the pilots were not able to override the decision taken by the computer. So this case of 737 MAX raises our concerns because even, and this is I'm replying to the humanitarian lawyers when it says that the human control would be always available to suspend an attack. The use of autonomous system or technology as Boeing was using, and we are talking about commercial aircraft, is the fact that once a neural network closes, that is, when this algorithm reads and interprets a reality, it no longer allows the intervention of a human operator. So if it's true that the US, Australia, that at the moment is the country that is investing more in terms of autonomous systems, underwater systems, because of the problems especially with the expansion of China. But India has very interesting statements regarding autonomous weapon systems and the problem of defensive systems. So what we can find is that the state can actually have these defensive systems able to interpret the environment, able to detect what can be considered by the system as an armed attack, and react in legitimate self-defense. Another possible example is the flight 655, the Iranian flight, which is a very well-known case. Of course, then it was all agreed ex gratia by the United States versus Iran at the ICJ. But the fact is that when you read the full reports by the technicians, and of course there was also a kind of American reply that they were really scared and they decided to target the aircraft, so it was a human decision to pull the trigger. But the identification of a commercial aircraft as a military target about to get into the American airspace that should be targeted was a decision made, if we talk about decisions in these situations, by a computer. And then you know that United States, Portugal included, and almost every country in the world use the Aegis system, the Harpy system deployed by Israel, and we have the Samsung sentries used by North Korea and South Korea. So with already autonomous capabilities. Of course, it's true, and I'm the first one to say that these systems have a very limited autonomy because they are designed to identify one single threat. However, when we go to the studies about self-driving cars, we know that self-driving cars are already able to understand or to identify several threats on the roads. So, there is a possibility of having autonomous weapon systems being deployed in the context of at BELLI, not only in BELLI. When we go to the problem of definitions, we have 5 states at the moment that offered definitions. I will exclude the Chinese definition of autonomous weapon system because it was agreed by all the state members at the CCW that it was so traditionally ambiguous that nobody could understand what was an autonomous weapon system according to the Chinese perspective. But going to the most popular and familiar definition of autonomous weapon system, we have the American definition of 2011. So a weapon system, so they defined an autonomous weapon system as a weapon system that once activated can select and engage targets without further intervention by a human operator. You know, activated, selects and engage military targets without further human intervention. But if we look to modern technology of warfare, this actually doesn't add anything in terms of autonomous capabilities. It says what we can apply this definition to any kind of missile. For instance, the Brimstone missile, the British missile, it wouldn't fit under this category when it is in autonomous mode. So this definition leaves aside many problems regarding autonomy. Why? Because when we look to what roboticists are saying, and I will quote Ronald Arkin, maybe the most famous American roboticist on this area, that doesn't know much about law, so he has the opposite problem to lawyers. He speaks of law as he was talking about a recipe. So you just add a bit of proportionality and a bit of necessity and everything will be done. But Ronald Arkin, Noah Sharkey from the UK, and Toby Walsh from Australia, so the most famous roboticists, they all call the problem for the following. A neural network embedded in an autonomous weapon system is necessarily adaptive. And nobody is talking about adaptation of a neural network. So what is the feature of an algorithm that is called to be adapted? So you design and program this missile to hit Russell, because I really hate his presentation, so we'll have here a situation. So I designed and programmed this missile for a mission, which is to target Russell. In this case, the target was already identified. But if it is an adaptive system, this system will have the capability to read the environment. So it will read that a man who is between us, and it will read also atmosphere conditions, and it will adapt this mission to when and what and how the targeting will be processed. So basically what roboticists call the open algorithms. The algorithm needs to adapt what was pre-programmed by human operators to the conditions of the field and then complete the mission if the mission was pre-given. So the algorithm will have this capacity to interpret the environment and pre-change the rules that were given to the algorithm. And I won't go into detail regarding genetic algorithms, which are the algorithms that can create by their own original algorithms to reply to different situations on the battlefield. So the American definition leaves many questions aside. So according to me, an autonomous weapon system is a weapon system designed and programmed for a mission to be adaptive and so forth, identify, select, and engage military targets without human intervention. The Netherlands in 2018 and repeated in 2020, they add in their definition that we need to consider, according to what roboticists are calling our attention, that it should be added to the definition that without human intervention means that the human operators won't have the capacity to stop an attack that was activated by an autonomous weapon system. So states are already raising their attention to what can be called the unpredictability of these systems. So my question is, and Isabel was talking about this in the roundtable of the Common Article 1, this duty of states to ensure the respect of IHL, the obligations of due diligence that the Genocide Convention case recognized to the state in terms of IHL. Do we have the same level of standards regarding use of force? I think we do. But are we giving moral agency to autonomous weapon systems? I wrote extensively in my doctoral dissertation, that actually that is impossible. But looking to the most recent studies of artificial intelligence and the Professor Yoshimura from Japan and what he was able to prove recently, actually we can have already algorithms applied to organic robots able to identify the problems of a person with dementia. So these robots that Professor Ishimura is using, they are able to develop their own language in order to restore a person that has dementia and to create a new vocabulary. I'm not just making transitions from health law to use of force. I'm just trying to show where the complexity of these algorithms can go. And you say, well, okay, moral agency, maybe you're pushing too forward. But if we read the definition by the UK, we know that things change considerably, because in the definition first presented in 2012, the United Kingdom defined an autonomous weapon system as a system with the same level of intent as a human being. In 2017, this definition was revoked by the UK and replaced for the following, and I quote, "An autonomous system is capable of understanding higher level intent and direction." So what are we talking about when the UK, in the last policy document published, says that autonomy is being applicable in defensive systems? So if we're going to have autonomous weapon systems with a higher level of intent and direction, what are we talking about? And also in terms of the British policy, William Boothby also talks about the problem of these systems being capable of interpreting the situations on their own. So when I read the questions raised by Francisco and the topic of today, I asked myself in terms of IHL, now I'm going to swap to IHL and then I will come back to a use of force, if these weapons can actually be considered as a new form of terrorism. We normally associate these weapons to the unpredictability of these algorithms, to the fact of legal reviews and so on, obligations by the states, And we are scared that non-state actors have access to this type of technology, but we never asked ourselves if these weapons can be actually a source of terrorism. I won't go into depth about the million definitions of terrorism. I just want to ask myself, what would be considered an attack launched by an autonomous weapon system that wrongly identifies a threat, reacts in false self-defense against, for instance, whatever he fights against? What would we consider that attack performed by an autonomous weapon system? The second possible interpretation of this question is to ask whether the focus is not on the questions of IHL, but rather in the questions of jus ad bellum, namely the fight against terrorism. What will be the role of autonomous weapon system in the combat against terrorism, or especially against cyber terrorism? So it's true that machine learning provides the ability to predict future outcomes, to calculate risk between competing choice, to make sense of vast amounts of data at speed and draw insights from data that would be otherwise invisible to human analysts. That is what we want from artificial intelligence, to draw insights from data that would be otherwise invisible to human analysts. But if a software commits a syntax error, and when roboticists talk about syntax errors, is the possibility of a system to process wrongly the data, no problem. But if we have a semantic error by a system, that is, the system wrongly identifies what is out there. He identified me as being Russell, and as you know, I'm a well-known terrorist, so he targets Russell instead of me. So are we ready to delegate this kind of power to these systems? And then when we have human operators designing poorly these systems, and you know, it is a possibility, and I think the directive of the United States and the recent document published by the US in March of 2022, just before the invasion in Ukraine, and as you know, all the discussions at the CCW were blocked in March by Russia, that even forbid the transmission online of the discussions because of the weaponry that they're using in Ukraine. The problem is that if we're going to make the individual accountable, we're going to find another problem. What will we make of human operators called to design and program systems involving a substantial risk that was never met before in terms of battlefield or not a battlefield, if they are not able to foresee the consequences of their actions, but they actually envisage them? Why am I saying this? This is the category of dolus eventualis. So the agent trusts that the risk won't happen. But when you talk with a roboticist, and roboticists who work with neural networks, they all agree that there is always a dimension of unpredictability in these algorithms. So there is always an assessment of risk that international criminal law, as it stands today, does not take into consideration. So human operators that will design neural networks, and if they actually commit an error designing these systems, they won't be held accountable. So we have with errors an accountability trap, because state won't be held accountable, because they will be interpreted as malfunctions and not as errors attributed to the state. And when we look to individual accountability, we're going to find an accountability gap, because there is no one, according to international criminal law as it stands today, to hold a human operator accountable. So I hope, I'm sorry, I think so I exceeded my time, but thank you for your attention. I don't know if I was clear, but well, I did my best. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to both of you for your interventions, and now we would open for questions. So I see some hands raised. Well, I'm not, yes. So I would just ask you, for those who are at home attending, if you could just introduce yourselves before and make the question.
Thank you very much, Olivier Corten. Thank you for those two contributions. I had a remark and a question for Russell, if I may. I must say I entirely agree with your point, basically that self-defense is a general right that could cover non-forcible measures. But perhaps the first thing is that you didn't mention, or at least develop, the argument of Article 21 of the ILC articles about responsibility of states, but this article entirely covers and supports your position, because it's, if you read the preparatory works and the report of the ILC, it covers forcible measures, but also, and mainly actually, otherwise it would not be really useful to put it in the report, non-forcible measures. And of course here, it refers also to a point you made about the distinction between a justification and an excuse. And the Commission was aware of that. It was the same problem with Article 20 about consent. In both cases, it considered it was pragmatic to introduce very clearly the possibility to invoke such an excuse or justification, whatever, to make sure that this kind of measure would be legal. So I don't know, because all the arguments you made, okay, some of them were, according to me, not always entirely convincing. I don't know, like, for example, the Israeli assertion that was not recognized by the court, but still it doesn't matter because Article 21 is very clear. And the other remark or question is that, well, perhaps you also said that self-defense was defense and countermeasure was law enforcement, and this leads me to a second point. I'm not sure that self-defense is exclusive from other possibilities like countermeasure, for example. It is true that self-defense is a defense, but countermeasure is a defense too. I mean, it's also a reaction to a previous illicit act, and self-defense is law enforcement too, because self-defense is also a means well, to do something to put an end to a violation of a peremptory norm of international law in the absence of a measure taken by the Security Council. So I'm not really convinced of the decisive effect of those distinctions. And then here my question, there is also, at least perhaps, I don't know, for some enforcement measures, but not equivalent to a use of force, the necessity argument that could, to some extent, cover a riposte even in the case of a risk, because you mentioned the imminent threat condition. I don't want to engage once again in this debate, but it is at least clear that it is very controversial. Because it has not been reproduced in Article 51, in the definition of aggression, in Resolutions 61, even if the Secretary General wanted to introduce it in the text, so it's controversial. By contrast, if you take necessity for measures not equivalent to a use of force, the risk is explicitly covered by Article 22 or 3, I don't remember. So here we could have, possibly, I don't know, what do you think, a possibility to invoke another circumstance precluding wrongfulness to cover some measures you studied.
Thank you.
Do you want to? Okay. Yes, you can. There are already two good questions, and we can gather more questions for you.
Thank you for those comments. They're on point. Yes. So the way I see the relationship between Article 51 of the Charter and Article 21 of the Articles on State Responsibility is that Article 51 is the primary rule, and Article 51 is engaged in order to justify behaviour that is directed to repelling the armed attack. And typically, that behaviour will be a use of force, but in my view, it can also be non-forcible measures that's designed to repel the attack. I think Article 21 is a secondary rule that is designed to exculpate state responsibility for violations of international law that occur incidentally as a result of Article 51 being engaged. So I think James Crawford talked about, breaches of sovereignty that could be incidental to acts of self-defense. It could be breaches of trade agreements, commercial agreements. So I'd kind of draw that critical difference between primary rules and secondary rules. Does that answer that point?
Yes, but the same is true with consent.
So consent is really interesting there. So if a state invites another state to use force within its territory, does the state that's intervening say, well, I'm breaching your sovereignty, or I'm using force on your territory, and that's a breach of a primary rule, but I'm going to invoke a circumstance precluding wrongfulness under Article 20. I mean, the consent is built within the primary rule. No one even suggests that if you invite another state to use force for peacekeeping or whatever it is on your territory, no one ever discusses Article 2.4. And this is really the way I see the difference between self-defense as a primary rule and self-defense as a secondary rule. It's behaviour that's inherently justified, and that is not an excuse, it's a justification, and it works in the same way as I see consent working there. With regard to, yes, perhaps I put things in a bit too binary way, and I appreciate your nuance there, Olivier, that it's obviously likely that self-defense and countermeasures can overlap in the majority of circumstances, right? So there would be, a large number of circumstances where a state could respond to an armed attack with non-forcible measures, and in my view, could be justified as self-defense, or equally as a countermeasure designed to implement state responsibility for what would be a violation of Article 2.4. So perhaps when I write this presentation up, I need to be cognizant of that. That said, I think at the outer edges there are critical differences between the doctrines of self-defense and countermeasures. For example, around non-state actors, around anticipatory self-defense, around prior notification. So if you push those examples to the extreme, there might just be some circumstances where a state falls victim to an armed attack and it wants to respond in a way that's designed in a necessary and proportionate way to respond to that armed attack. But if it's a non-forcible measure and Sicilianos is saying, well, it has to be a countermeasure, then, in many circumstances that the doctrine of countermeasures will just be unavailable to the state. And then how do you accommodate that type of activity within international law? It seems to me very straightforward that if it's designed to respond to an armed attack, it has to be self-defense. And if self-defense can be the use of force, it can be the use of nuclear weapons, if you go to the Nuclear Weapons Advisory opinion, in extreme circumstances where the survival of the state is at stake. Why it can't be non-forcible measures? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you say you're in agreement that it can be non-forcible measures. Go and look to the majority of, and I've identified some of it, but the majority of scholarship on self-defense, and it is presented almost entirely as an exception to Article 2.4. So part of it is pushing back on that. And I think your comment about necessity. Yes, I'd probably need to look into necessity as a circumstance precluding wrongfulness. It's the grave and imminent peril to an essential interest of the state, if I remember correctly. So perhaps, yes, that could do some work that I would like self-defense to do as well. But I probably need to look more into necessity. But ultimately, if I understand correctly, necessity isn't about blaming a particular. It's about the circumstances that have come into existence that create a grave and imminent threat to a state, to its essential interest, and it responds in order to avert that threat. Again, does that capture the circumstances that I was looking at around self-defense against an armed attack? And if there has been an armed attack and the actions taken are designed to repel that armed attack, then, you know, if it looks like, what would Jordan Einstein say? If it looks like a duck and sounds like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. I mean, it's self-defense, right? And yes, it could be a countermeasure. Yes, there could be questions of necessity as a circumstance precluding wrongfulness, but fundamentally it should be characterized, in my view, as an act of self-defense. I hope I covered everything.
Perfect. And I saw some more hands raised. Well, too many hands raised, so I will ask you just to be relatively brief since we are entering in the coffee break, but so just briefly.
Thanks. I'll try to be brief. So I wonder, in both of your papers, I'm looking forward to reading them, if thinking about discriminate attack, if you could analogize these to rolling a barrel down a hill, if they're weapons that are adaptive and you really predict where they're going to go, then maybe that area of IHL is helpful. Self-defense as a general right. I just ask, you know, are you sure about the history? If there is law preceding the current general prohibition against the use of force, you can find self-defense in just war theory and the idea of a just cause. And so I think you can find it tied into this area of use of force even before that. So if you really made a convincing case in terms of customary international law, and are you not inadvertently laying the intellectual framework for an undesirable world if you're excited about, well, the military should be in charge of this, in the context where states are constantly at war with terrorists, with non-state actors, and states increasingly have the ability to do this surveillance. I'm nervous that this kind of general right is going to be claimed by all states, and then the militaries of the world are going to be peeking into all of our private lives. So just prudentially, are we sure we want to go there? So thanks very much. I'm really looking forward to reading the papers.
So let's get some more questions. And I saw some hands raised before. I'm trying to keep the order, but I'm sure I'm failing to do that.
Thanks very much to both of you, Devika Hovel. I've got questions for both, and I'll be very quick. Afonso, I appreciate that the question is very important, but I'm now more interested in the substance of your paper. And in particular, I think you're so well disposed to write this paper, and apply your philosophical and even theological expertise. I'm interested in this question of intent, sorry, I was immediately going to Russell. And I am focused on Russell because you threatened to attack him. So the thing about attacking Russell is you seem to have had the intent, your personal intent to attack. But as I understand it, you're concerned with the automatic weapons that actually formulate that intent. And the thing about intent is it is malleable and should be. You woke up at 3 a.m., you didn't even know your own intent in writing this paper. So the malleability of intent is so important in war. Now, Clausewitz, war is politics by other means. It's so important, negotiation, if we get to sort of legal preconditions, to make sure that precondition of negotiation influence is built in. How is that going to be achieved in respect to these weapons? Russell, hello. So just building on your question of non-forcible measures, this is intended to advance rather than detract from an argument I completely agree with. But Dapo Akande, and Isabel's here, I raised this yesterday, has raised the argument in relation to immunity, sorry to move into a different territory, in relation to the Ukraine Tribunal, for example, post-Ukraine Tribunal, that actually you could use self-defense to justify the violation of immunity, of Putin's immunity. I just wonder from that perspective, do you see limitations to the non-forcible measures that can be deployed under the rubric of self-defense? Because I find that problematic, but I can't quite put my finger on why that non-forcible measure would not be appropriate. Thanks.
And some more questions before. So 3 more persons. I think we can get all of your questions if you're very brief. And then I hope you didn't forget them. I would. That would be
very much. Amir Cengic. Thank you both for excellent presentations. I'll be very brief. Afonso, I was very intrigued by your presentation there. Thank you so much for enlightening us on the very important topic. With regard to omission, I note what you said about the ICC. Back at the ICTY, and I had to double check this as well, we recognized, I mean the appeals chamber of the ICTY recognized that there, omission is, you could commit crimes through omission where there is a legal duty to act. So there's individual criminal responsibility where there is a legal duty to act and you omit to do it, basically. So what is the legal duty to act? Well, again, question, especially in your context. Maybe there's a rule of customary international law on this, and the ICC may be able to apply it, I think, as one of their sources of law in jurisprudence that could be developed. I think that's an excellent point you made. The famous example of, I think that we've had is if I'm running a house, a concentration camp, and I allow people to come in, I don't lock the door, I just let them come in to torture prisoners. So whether that can help sort of bridge the gap of liability in this respect. And also, just one final point, any corporate liability, we touched upon this issue during some of our discussions, can you go after the companies who design these weapons? I mean, it's a stretch, but, maybe that. Right.
Perfect. Professor Azeredo, and then one last question, but very brief, please.
Yes. Azeredo Lopes, and my question, because I think I didn't fully understand your answer to Professor Olivier Courtin. You separate justification and excuse, first of all. I think that the ILC has included, and then under the same umbrella, self-defense and countermeasures, for instance. Circumstances precluding wrongfulness. So I cannot, but it's my fault. I cannot understand fully the distinction and the reason for the distinction. This is my first question. The second question is about what you said about self-defense as a primary rule, because I think it's a secondary rule. You have a primary rule that forbids the use of force, and then you establish the different consequences for this. And even if it is in Article 51, it is nevertheless a consequences for those who violate the prohibition on use of force, and it constitutes you as an injured state in the right of self-defense. And the reason why Article 21 in the ILC project is so short is for the clear reason that the ILC could not codify something that, as you said so well, has already such a huge customary and even legal superiority. The Charter has a legal superiority under whatever project the Commission uses. And when you see Article 40 or Article 51 and, of the project, and when you see the examples of the ILC, and when you search what is the primary norm that is qualified as peremptory, you see the norm that forbids aggression, and you don't find the norm that authorizes or gives the right to use self-defense. But maybe I didn't understand fully what was your argument. Thank you.
And one last question. And while the microphone gets there, I will just ask both of you to be as quick as possible because we are already in the coffee break period and we don't want anyone to be coffee deprived. So,
I'm Antonio Gil, I'm a military guy. So you puzzled me completely. And my question is exactly in direction of Professor Azeredo Lopes. I can't understand. Why did you put, and I understand that, self-defense as a reason or justification, a right, and then countermeasure as an excuse? Because in my point of view, as a military guy, I'm not an expert in law, but as a military, countermeasure is a measure, period. And as a measure is is included in a group of capabilities that the state has the responsibility to provide to prevent any threat. So how can a countermeasure that is an obligation be an excuse? If you tell me that if you use in advance a countermeasure as a preventive self-defense against a threat that your country perceive, well, I can understand, but even that countermeasure for me is a capability and is the use of capabilities. So in that point of view, I'm puzzled. Thank you.
perfect. So should we start reverse the order and start with Professor Afonso?
Answering very quickly to the Vic and the question of intentionality, it's the problem when you deal with autonomous weapons is, I think, well, this happens with any topic, but I was trying to dialogue with lots of concepts at the same time, and when we talk about intentionality applied to robots or autonomous systems, we are calling or bearing in mind the theory of Daniel Dennett about intentionality of autonomous systems. So it's not to understand intentionality as a human being understands intentionality, but it's the capacity of looking to the new paradigm of artificial intelligence, the HBI, to the system be able by itself to create an original action that was not previewed or pre-programmed by the programmer. So, but I understand your question, if I understood it correctly, I think, I need to look at substance, but that is what I was trying to say. So, regarding indiscriminate attacks, I'm just trying to answer very quickly. It is a possible solution that many international humanitarian lawyers opt to basically make the military commander responsible for everything in order to, in terms of rules of precaution, because under Article 57 it's up to the military commander to choose the best means and methods of attack and precisely to prevent indiscriminate attacks. However, what I was trying to say, and regarding and to answer to also Amir with the question of omission, and basically touches also intentionality, is the fact that we are dealing with a situation that is impossible for the human operator to foresee unpredictable consequences. So it's not, looking to the standards of international criminal law, you cannot attribute to a military commander things that he could not foresee. However, if we would apply the notion of indiscriminate attacks in general as a weapon that is not able to distinguish civilians and civilian objects from the protected categories. Again, we are in the context of IHL, and I'm trying to look to the problems that these weapons can raise in terms of use ad bellum, pure use of force. Because we have already examples, and for instance, the problem with Iran in March of 2020, also when the systems that Iran was using destroyed one of its vessels because of an error of their own systems. So I'm just trying to raise questions if autonomous weapon systems are actually a question in terms of use of force or just in terms of IHL. So that would be my question. And regarding a mission, it is what I was trying to explain. You have a duty to act, right? But the problem is when you think you shouldn't act because there is always an assessment of risk, as the roboticist says. Well, with neural networks, there is always risk of unpredictability. You cannot be sure of the outcome. You expect optimization of an outcome. So how can you apply the requirements of omission when you have a situation that the human operator actually foresees a possible risk, but it's up to him to measure this risk? And here is where I think dolus eventualis and a possibly amendment to the ICC statute, or to recover Lubanga jurisprudence, for instance, although then Bemba, as you know, the appeal chamber rejected this criteria. But I think in terms of autonomous weapon systems and regarding the possible individual accountability for not to have foreseen the measurement is actually to apply almost the judgment of proportionality to an assessment of risk in terms of who is designing and programming the computer. Another thing is, I think it's easier to attribute the responsibility to the state in terms of errors looking to the jurisprudence of the 96 advisory opinion and the state responsibility for weapons. Regarding corporate accountability, I know you are looking at me. It's true, but first it was 3 a.m. I didn't have the time to look at corporate responsibility. And when I was writing about this for my last article, I was looking into problems of individual accountability. And as you know, the French tried to put corporations in Article 25, and that was absolutely rejected. So, yeah, but we can look to the possible responsibility of corporations for human rights violations, although in terms of military and how the corporations work for armies, the US has a very specific system of accountability, and they assume the responsibility for the weaponry they deploy. Yes, and I'm forgetting something else that I wanted to say, but probably is not good, so I will end here. Devika, you're not happy, are you, with my answer? Are you? So this is that you got the British sense of humor when you use extremely means the opposite. Right, thank you. Thank you.
Just a quick comeback on that with Alfonso. I think the doctrine of command responsibility and also the Article 36 review process can be useful there, particularly because the private companies have to participate in developing and testing the weapons. So in relation to the 4 questions from me, I'll try to sort of synthesize them together in interests of time. I mean, the history, I think, is a good point, Jens. I mean, when I look back to the just war theory and the different just causes for war, I mean, they were really kind of in a political format, right? So you have defensive rights, which, you can see as self-defense, or you can see as the duty of self-preservation. But at that time, it was really being developed more as a political justification for why the state was acting in the way that it did. I think the point that I was trying to make is, as the duty of self-preservation sort of combobulated itself as time passed, and it was refined into the right of self-defense, whenever that process happened, I think Robert Jennings said it happened around the Caroline incident. That is refined into the right of self-defense. Then that right was always presented as in the customary laws as a general right. We can see that in Caroline, and there are other instances as well, and that was carried forward through into the post-charter era. Does that? Perhaps we can chat about that a little bit. And then I can respond to your second point in relation to Devika's. I understand what you say, that there is a concern here that this can fall into the category of just broadening the right of self-defense, and it's another opportunity for the powerful states to, dilate the self-help mechanisms, and you know that there are legitimate concerns around those. However, I would kind of maintain fidelity to the restrictions, the well-known restrictions that we have placed on self-defense, the requirement of an armed attack, in conjunction with the principles of necessity and proportionality, which require that self-defense action is taken in order to halt and repel the armed attack. So if DAPO says that depriving immunity can be related in some way to repelling the armed attack of Russia against Ukraine, I mean, you know, there's almost an evidential question there, or kind of a conceptual question of what it means to repel an armed attack. But the fact that it's a non-forcible measure rather than a forcible measure, I don't think really affects my my evaluation of it. The question is that measure directed towards repelling the armed attack? And provided it satisfies the other well-known restrictions on self-defense, I don't see the problem with it being a non-forcible measure. Does that?
Extremely happy.
Extremely happy. Good. And then in relation to the justifications and excuse, so let me take those 2 points together. Or let me give you an example of why I think it's so important to distinguish between justification and excuses. And this applies precisely to the doctrines of self-defense and countermeasures. My view is that there can be no right of collective countermeasures. I don't think the right of collective countermeasures is crystallized under customary international law. Of course there's a right to collective self-defense. It's there written in Article 51 of the UN Charter. So why is there that distinction between the permissibility of collective self-defense but the impermissibility of collective countermeasures? Well, it hinges upon their distinction between a justification and excuse. If self-defense is an inherently justified behavior, I can invite others to participate in what is inherently in what's lawful behavior. Countermeasures is an excuse, and you can't invite others to participate in what is exceptionally excused behavior. So that's kind of, you know, it's not just at a theoretical level. It's not just this idea that of political consequences of some behavior being justified and some behavior being excused. I actually think that's very important, but it also filters down to the legal level as well. And to come back to the Article 21 point, I mean, I anticipated that would come up, and it's a good question. And how Article 21 and Article 51 relate is really interesting if you read Roberto Ego's initial reports, because Roberto Ego saw self-defense as being a circumstance precluding wrongfulness, and he saw it as exonerating breaches of Article 2.4. Now, if you trace through the special rapporteurs and you eventually come to James Crawford, you can actually see there being this, it plays out in his reports, and I think some of it's carried forward into the ILC's commentary. You can see that he's had pushback from states. I think he identifies a couple of states where states are not happy with this characterization as it being a secondary rule. Because if you are acting to defend yourself against an armed attack, then that does not fall within the domain of secondary rules. That is located within Article 51, and that's the reason it's characterized as a primary rule, and that's perhaps one of the reasons it's originally referred to as an inherent right. But if you take the example, for example, of self-defense action against ISIL in Syria, Syria is obviously against ISIS, right? We know that they had a very adversarial relationship. So when the US and the UK and other forces used force against ISIS on Syrian territory, that use of force can be justified if you take the view of non-state if you adopt the view that self-defense can be taken against non-state actors. That can be justified under Article 51. It's an act of self-defense against an armed attack. But then you have the incidental breach of Syrian sovereignty. So how do you accommodate that within Article 51? You can't, because that breach of sovereignty is not related to repelling the armed attack. So that's why Article 21 is there, to deal with that relatively unlikely situation to occur, but that's the way I think Crawford and the ILC eventually saw Article 21. I don't know if that gains traction. I mean, I think it's there in the commentary. I mean, I can pull it up now. I mean, I think it's a pretty...
No problem. You don't convince me. I'm very fair.
So, but can I ask you one quick comeback question? Do you think whether we see it within Article 51 or Article 21 of those different agreements, do you think self-defense can be taken against do you think there can be non-forcible self-defense? Whether it's under Article 51 or 21?
I think that the measures included in the concept of self-defense can, of course, have a non-forcible.
Okay.
If you see this as a package, a non-forcible measure can be more efficient than using force directly. I am not obsessed, you are not obsessed, of course, but the idea of self-defense, we have built a concept, a very traditional concept, that presumes always the use of military force. And I think that the self-defense concept is a more large concept that can include, of course, non-forcible measures that can be much more efficient. And I believe, unfortunately, that self-defense includes today even punitive measures that have the intention of deterrence, of prevention, and so on. I think that the distinction between our future attacks. So, but I'm not going. I'm not the panelist, and I thank you very much for your.
So we are all extremely happy and we are way behind schedule, so thank you for your attention. We'll have a very brief coffee break, so Francisco will guide us on that, and he will also tell us at what time should we come back for the next session, and I'm sorry for those who are going to intervene in the next session for the time we took you. So thank you very much.
Good morning, and I do apologize for this slight delay, but as the scholars in the Middle Ages would say, in order to listen to perfection, you need to prepare your soul, and for that you need to give extra time. So I'm very happy to moderate this panel. I have on my right Professor Ana Gil, very well and respected Portuguese scholar in the area of migrations and refugees. And on my, I just want to pronounce it correctly, and why I cannot find you, oh, here we are. So, and on my left-hand side, Jens Everson, is that correct?
Good enough.
Good enough, okay. And who is going also to address the problems of use at post-bellum. So thank you very much, and will you start? Oh, okay, so.
Fantastic, okay. So many thanks to the organizers, particularly Francisco Lima and Inês Marino. I could not have asked for a warmer or more gracious example of Portuguese hospitality. And really to all of the participants, I think it's been a stimulating conference. To everyone who's viewing us online, I understand you have exams, so thank you for taking the time to tune in today. JUS post bellum, what obligations do intervening states have? So Ana Rita Gil and I are both independently working on that, and hopefully this session will have some useful cross-fertilization of ideas. To me, this is very open-ended. People mean different things by JUS post bellum, and obligations is this broad parameter. Could apply to law, could apply to ethics, could apply to any number of rights holders. When friends have asked me why I'm going to this conference, my shorthand was to say, well, I want to talk about what we owe to the peoples of Afghanistan. And this generally results in two opposing reactions. Either, oh, yes, isn't it terrible? We owe them everything. Or, oh, I don't want to hear about it anymore. We've done enough. We're out. We owe them nothing. And neither of these, of course, is terribly satisfying as a lawyer or an ethicist. So hopefully with your help, we can go a little bit deeper and tease out different ways to think about obligation and be a bit more concrete about what is owed to whom. So to introduce my presentation, to focus it a bit, I'd like to tell you how I'm structuring it, provide a provisional title, limit my scope, and mention some of my own biases, and then lead in with my argument, which in some ways I'm going to put at the end of the paper, but I want to make sure I get it in at the beginning here, or near the beginning. So I want to think of the conversation about obligations as one between a lawyer, an ethical philosopher, and a political philosopher. I don't have time for the whole conversation here, but I can introduce it and we can continue it in the Q&A. So structurally, I think it's helpful to start out as a practical lawyer and then switch hats and say, well, what moral obligations currently exist to those in Afghanistan? And then again, switch perspectives and think more fundamentally, but maybe it's harder to think about, what we owed ourselves in this process of intervention. And having outlined these different viewpoints, I think it's then helpful to try to tie it back together and argue that properly understanding what our goals are and what we owed ourselves at the outset could have facilitated a more successful transition to peace for the peoples of Afghanistan as well. And this necessarily involves a switch from the approach sometimes taken, a sort of simple approach to JUS post bellum, a temporal approach where we say, okay, the war is over, what are our obligations, to the practice. I've advocated for a functional approach, what our obligations were and are to successfully transition to a desired post-war state, to a just and sustainable peace, and this functional approach to the transition to peace, to JUS post bellum, it starts the moment the armed conflict begins. So my title might be The lesson of Nemesis: if your war aim is in fact democracy, it's important to know exactly what that means and why you want it. So, first, let's limit our scope. Okay, we're talking about the obligations of intervening states. Well, that's obviously skipping over the main actor in the present and future of Afghanistan, namely the Taliban government. And I don't think it's right for us to completely leave them out of our conference today, right? While the ethical and legal obligations of the current government may not be enforceable by outside entities, while we have limited influence over them, when you objectively ask, do they have obligations? Are they failing in their obligations? Then the answer has to be essentially yes and yes. So while there's no session specifically about the violations of the Taliban, it might even seem a little banal and obvious thing to belabor, nonetheless, if you're interested in continued conversation, compromising, working towards agreements, they have to be part of the picture. But nonetheless, for narrowing scope, that's not my brief, right? The Taliban intervened in a sense. They're repeat interveners in the Afghan government, but they're not an intervening state per se. Further narrowing, while I think it would be entirely reasonable to focus on the obligations of Pakistan as a foreign intervener, I think there's a strong case to be made that without acts and omissions by at least parts of the Pakistani government, the Afghan people would have had a brighter present and future. They would not have necessarily endured decades of war and a future dominated by human rights abuse and underdevelopment. In Pakistan, what kind of obligations does it have? Just to briefly note, well, the same obligations it has always had. So it has the obligation to grant asylum, to anyone who crosses its border with a credible fear of persecution, non-refoulement, and this population obviously will grow, and I think we'll hear about this. There's the obligation to investigate and prosecute those within its borders, potentially responsible for atrocity crimes, obligation to not allow those within its borders to attack other sovereign states, obligation not to aid the Taliban in human rights abuses. So, again, like the Taliban government, the fact that these obligations and their violations are notorious doesn't mean we should forget about them. Again, particularly if the idea is that we're not just washing our hands, but that we are going to, in some ways, continue to be engaged, continue to negotiate sustainable peace in the region. So further narrowing scope, I'm not going to talk about interventions outside of Afghanistan much. I'm really focusing on US Western interveners here for reasons of coherence. Now, just a moment to lay bare my own biases, how they might inform my research. I think it's fair to confess that I think this area of jus post bellum, transitions to peace, is understudied and undervalued, that if it was given greater emphasis over the last 20 years, we'd be in a better position today. So I really thank the conference organizers for organizing this panel. And my own biases, I was in New York City across from the UN on September 11th, 2001, and then I was on the streets of New York a couple of years later protesting the imminent invasion of Iraq. So that's part of where I'm coming from. And then one last note, sort of before I begin, perhaps it's my US bias, but I do want us to think about this term intervening states, whether this is a neutral term in the context of the long period where there was state consent for US and other NATO forces in Afghanistan, because overthrowing the Taliban regime was clearly intervention. But I think when you hear intervening states, it's to sort of say, okay, there's a natural status quo, and then there are people doing something, they're intervening, it's unnatural, it's exceptional. And I think, in a certain sense, that's adopting the Taliban's framework here, which we might want to be careful about. So for the government in Kabul, I think, being isolated in their conflict with the Taliban is not necessarily natural, that it was really only the Pakistani backing of the Taliban that was unnatural and an illegal breach of Afghani sovereignty. But with all of that, I'll put it aside, turn to my main argument here, which I won't be able to fully develop, but I want to put out there for your feedback, and it's essentially this, right? The reason why the US failed and why other NATO interveners failed to achieve their desired outcome, right, to achieve a just and sustainable peace, is because collectively we not only had, this is well understood, an institutionally weak knowledge of Afghanistan and Pakistan, but less reflected on and more fundamentally, we also had a poor understanding of democracy and peace between democracies. And that may seem a little, out there in the ether, but I'm going to argue it's fundamental. So it's not just we were ignorant, we stayed ignorant, right? We didn't care to learn. We did not have the idea of transitional justice and the humility and the idea of reconciliation as key goals squarely before us. And so this weakness, right, the misapprehension of democracy as, thinking of it as this sort of exportable good, this thing we have perfected at the height of our power, and we can just send our legal construct over, rather than a different approach, a humble, ethical restriction on laws and even knowledge about the best way to live, that misapprehension of democracy was actually fundamental in dooming our path to just and sustainable peace. So, therefore, after hubris, nemesis, right? The hubris of the George W. Bush administration, often remarked upon. Also, sort of taken as almost this personality quirk of George W. Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, others who exhibit this almost hunger for war, and disregard for truth and prudence. But it is more than just an error of a few old men. So Nemesis, right, the wonderful, powerful goddess who punishes hubris, I think she has a broader lesson for the US, for Afghanistan, than just elect better leaders next time. We need to fundamentally rethink what we're doing. The misunderstanding at the height of American power about democracy is important to correct if we're to achieve what I still think is important: solidarity between democracies in the future, whether to intervene or choose not to intervene successfully, to achieve the kind of human rights respecting peace we all deserve to live in. So to repeat and amplify a humbler approach to democracy promotion, not an abandonment of it, which is increasingly taking hold. This would have had a higher likelihood of success over the past 20 years and would still serve us better today in our relations with Afghanistan, Pakistan, and other governments and peoples. Okay, so with that larger argument placed on the table, let's get our hands dirty a little bit. Let me turn to the first part of what I want to have in my discussion with my lawyer hat on, practical lawyer, right? Think about the possibilities for a few prospective clients. Okay, so in my paper, I'll imagine, advising these clients before we turn to ethics and political philosophy.
I hope also to touch on this idea that I've to some degree introduced, this idea of functional jus post bellum, and maybe I'll indulge myself and reveal which US president is most responsible for the US's failed efforts. But today I really want to focus on, with the rest of my time, on my poor, frustrated theoretical clients who want to see if there are any legal obligations that can be enforced or at least pled against intervening states, as we've more narrowly defined them. Okay, so to introduce my prospective clients, they include the state of Afghanistan. I'll spend a good portion of time on there, but then think beyond this to obligations to others. So imagine an individual that's sanctioned by the US, or a legal entity, right? Or a former interpreter for the US military, still in Afghanistan. Or someone who's never worked with the US military, but is just a young woman in Afghanistan, or a gay man in Afghanistan, or a victim of US human rights, or a victim of US violations of IHL, all still there in the country of Afghanistan. And when I tried to time this before, I'm lucky if I get through those, but you can imagine other clients, right? You can imagine families living near an explosive or toxic remnant of war, when the US has the receipts and knows where those might be. Or just simply a poor family in Afghanistan, right? Some of whose children, if the harvest is bad, the winter is cold, the fuel is expensive, their life is at risk this winter. Many of those. Okay, so why talk so specifically about particular clients? Well, because of course that's how legal obligations work. They don't float out in the ether, and then you get these responses of we owe them everything or we owe them nothing. It's helpful to be particular. So let's go to the state of government, a state of Afghanistan, the government. What kind of obligations might we owe? And I think it's helpful to divide those maybe into two types of obligations. The obligations that the US and maybe other states had with the Taliban, as the Taliban, and then the obligations we might have that might be inherited. So treaty obligations with the government obligation, with the government of Afghanistan. So the first, you think about, very interesting for us interested in this transition to peace, what kind of obligations have we created with the Taliban before they had power? So, there have been a series of agreements between the Taliban and the US. These culminated in the Trump administration's agreement to effectively leave the country in exchange for not being shot at on the way out. There's a little bit more to the Doha Agreement, but that's the crux of the matter. And it's important to note, this is not an ideal negotiated peace process, right? Normally, what you hope for, what you see in successful transitions to just and sustainable peace is usually a series of agreements laying out the conditions for discussing the compromises, making the compromises that can create a sustainable peace with a sense of justice that all sides can live with, that mean we don't have to go back and use force. And this is what Christine Bell has wonderfully developed with her work on Lex Pacificatoria. And to some degree, I think that's what some people were expecting, right? Including some members of the former government in Afghanistan. If Ashraf Ghani didn't flee and the process didn't collapse so quickly, they hoped for this, but we didn't get that, right? We have an interrupted process where some of our area of the peace are just foreclosed. So the current peace is really not based on negotiation so much as complete military victory in a way you don't normally see in a lot of peace processes. So at this point, and I'm happy to be corrected, the US has fulfilled its major quasi-treaty obligations with the Taliban. Said it would leave, it's left, right? Maybe you can say, maybe there's a particular implicit obligation to stay out, right? An obligation to refrain from certain actions as understood. And I think this begins me to the second type of treaty obligation, right? Obligations for any treaty relationships that survive the regime change. Obvious place to begin there might be treaty relationships in multilateral agreements, often reflecting customary international law like the UN Charter. So assuming fullness of time, Taliban is recognized by international organizations, including the UN, as the government of Afghanistan, it'll be very clear the US is bound by all of the aspects of that charter with respect to the current government, including, of course, critically the obligation not to threaten or use force. And they're also bound by parallel customary international law obligations. So this may, of course, seem sort of trite and unexceptional, but given that there have been discussions of using force on an ongoing basis under the rubric of counterterrorism, it's worth noting, that this is not invited anymore, and that makes a difference legally. This has been discussed in other panels, though, so I'll move on. So, wrongful invasion, right? What about maybe damages from previous uses of force? What if the Taliban government feels, hey, we deserve some reparations. You kicked us out before. Again, this is the kind of issue that ideally would have been sorted out through a series of peace agreements, but we don't have that. So given that the US and other interveners are not going to agree to any kind of binding dispute settlement on this point, and given that, as far as I've been able to find, there's no treaty of friendship or standing compulsory jurisdiction declaration at the ICJ that is going to cover such a claim, clearly with the US, all that's left here are classic non-binding dispute resolution mechanisms, right? So diplomacy, good offices, and frankly, even on substance, I think these are unlikely to result in a favorable outcome for my hypothetical client, state of Afghanistan, not just because of the opinion of the US, but because, in a certain sense, I think you can argue it was settled by the previous government and various UN Security Council resolutions, and I don't think it's live anymore. Bringing us closer to the present, what about damages from the war, right? Well, the problem here is, again, that those will be generally covered by the consent of the territorial state, the previous government of Afghanistan, with a potentially interesting exception, right? Maybe a claim that could conceivably be brought is conduct outside US territory, right? In Pakistan. Objectively, the US foreign intervener, it's not just a foreign intervener in Afghanistan, but also in Pakistan, they might have the obligations to make reparations for wrongful conduct in the territory of Pakistan. But of course, Pakistan is really the more appropriate entity to bring this claim. And, again, this is highly contested, as we've discussed for the last day, whether, there was legality, maybe whether there was even de facto consent for some of this conduct. Now, of course, the current government in Afghanistan or Pakistan is unlikely to receive any kind of immediate satisfaction, but you could dare to dream, that conceivable mechanism, maybe in the long run and under a different political environment, is as part of a grander overture, to Pakistan, to realize this is important, recognizing that a humble approach to truth-finding might be to really investigate this conduct and come to more of a shared consensus about this conduct and see if this was in the interest of a strengthened democracy in Pakistan and the US, and maybe even one day Afghanistan. So, dare to dream. Moving on to, another even more immediate issue, which I know is on the government's mind. We have seizure of assets, or sanctions, right? So the US is currently preventing the state of Afghanistan for full access and use of assets that belong to the state of Afghanistan, from behaving as a completely normal actor in the international sphere, what you might think of as a de facto seizure. with this and the sanctions regime, and while justified, amongst other things, through the rationale that the U.S. gets to regulate its own financial system, should look at the situation as it is now. The U.S. may not wish to be seen to be abusing this tool to the point where the international financial system develops effective workarounds, right? Lessening the effectiveness of the U.S.'s unique powers in this area. The U.S. now has other more pressing concerns than continued antagonism with the state of Afghanistan. And so here we have an area of potential compromise where we can build towards a peace that we want through negotiation to receive a remedy for, an obligation not to permanently deprive a sovereign state of its assets. This is possible. It happened with Iran. What about maybe an obligation in terms of, recognition or failure to recognize, right? The last time the Taliban was in power, the U.S. didn't recognize them. And recognition, of course, is this strange chimera. It's a political act, but at the same time, it's central to the operations of our state-based system of international law. So again, while the U.S. and Western interveners may not have the obligation at any particular moment to make the political choice to recognize the current government, at the same time, it is not free from constraint, right? It cannot recognize any other government, pretend that the Taliban is not in fact in control of the country. They cannot, if you will, pull a Putin. They can't take the approach that Russia took with Ukraine and pretend consent exists while it does not exist. So, like sanctions, this is an area where negotiations could potentially bear fruit in order to build a more just and sustainable peace. Perhaps most interesting point is this idea, which I think makes sense intuitively. You don't have to be an international lawyer to have the idea of obligations from dependence, right? And so for there, I would go to Yael Ronan. She wrote a chapter in our 2014 volume on Jus Post Bellum. It's open access, so you can go look it up. And I think it's a good chapter on post-occupation law that others have built on. She's focusing, she's using a sort of meat for her argument, the Gaza Strip, and arguing that where the post-occupied entity is dependent on the former occupier, and the former occupier is the only one in a position to respond to that dependence, then the former occupier isn't just free to do as they like. They can't simply cut off assistance and damn the consequences. So here, how does she get there? She's building on some interesting sort of theoretical ideas. Ayel Benveniste's concept of sovereignty as a trusteeship of humanity, but the results are concrete, right? The electricity is on or off. So if you accept Ronan's basic analysis, even if you don't accept everything in the article, can the analysis regarding Gaza be applied to Afghanistan, right? After all, we do have dependence on foreign states. It's fairly obvious by the collapse of the former regime when the militaries left and the humanitarian catastrophe. At the same time, I don't think the Taliban's characterization of the former government as an occupation regime is correct. Even taken at its strongest, it's a different type of regime. It may be like Turkish Cyprus. It's not an unwanted, hostile, belligerent occupation, I think, taken in total. And also, of course, the U.S. is not taking an approach to Afghanistan that Israel is taking to Gaza in terms of control of borders and airspace, although you do have a sanctions regime and some limitations there. So, I think overall, the legitimate government's consent to the creation of a state of dependency, not occupation, it certainly lessens the claim that the suffering created by withdrawal of support creates a legal obligation for humanitarian support. But I think there is a very strong prudential and ethical argument on this ideas of an obligation through dependency. So again, as a lawyer, we have yet another disappointing result substantively, and procedurally, there wouldn't be much of a means of enforcing it either. I'm inevitably taking more time than I meant to, so I'm just going to skim a few other clients' cases because I really do want to get to Q&A. So you think of people like former interpreter for the US military, or a young woman in Afghanistan, or a gay man in Afghanistan. I think there's a very strong argument to be made for the application of refugee law, asylum law here, where traditionally there's been a lot of reluctance to use something like gender as a basis, as a social group for persecution. And I think here the law has to evolve in light of the extreme circumstances in Afghanistan. I think for victims of US human rights abuse or IHL violations in Afghanistan, they do not have their claims extinguished by the fact that the US military isn't there anymore. I think, you know, if they have obligations on the substance, they're just as valid now as when the US military or NATO military was there before. But of course we have the difficulty of procedural mechanism to achieve a remedy. But that's a cry out for evolution in our laws and institutions more than a substantive legal problem. We have the issue of, you know, decades of war scarring the landscape, poisoning the landscape in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And here again, I think we have the opportunity to say, here's maybe an area where you could have some constructive work because you do have good records of US military activity, that maybe we could make this a safer, better place with the collaboration, and that would be a place to build. But fundamentally, I'll close with this, you know, we have the big one, right? We have the most frustrating one. We have, you know, the strongest legal argument for addressing poverty for a poor family in Afghanistan, probably goes to this dependency argument. Okay, there's no particular connection here except for the dependency of the Afghan state, the failure to achieve our aims of a thriving state in Afghanistan. And of course, poverty in Afghanistan isn't a special case like the previous clients I've looked at, it's the norm. So people fleeing from Afghanistan for purely financial reasons have fewer rights than people fleeing from, you know, justified fear of persecution. And here I think we just have to recognize that international law is extremely unsatisfactory for addressing global poverty in general or, you know, poverty in Afghanistan in particular. So this is where I would now conveniently switch hats from lawyer to ethicist and try to emphasize those obligations. But I'm not going to do that now. You'll have to wait and read the paper, but hopefully introduce some of my arguments, try to outline some of the limited but important legal obligations that intervening states might still have, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
So thank you very much for that presentation, and I have to apologize. I was quite rude at the beginning because I forgot to introduce you. And as for those, especially those online that probably don't know you so well, but Professor Everson is a professor at the Leiden University and also a member of the Grotius Center for International Studies. And ready? So without further ado, Professor Ana Rita Gil.
Thank you so much, Professor Afonso. First, I would like to thank to Francisco and to Inês for this kind invitation to speak in such a high-level conference. And I hope to meet your expectations and to be at the level of all these wonderful discussions that we have having for these last 2 days. I would also like to compliment my panel colleague, Professor Jens Iversen, and moderator, Professor Afonso Seixas Nunes. And I have to highlight that it's very unfair for me to speak after Professor Jens Iversen, who is the big specialist in youth postbellum law or ethics. I have the same problem with these two hats. And actually, I've been reading your PhD thesis, so I have not finished yet, but I hope to do it soon. There has been scarce discussions on my topic because people normally mix the obligation towards displaced persons with refugee law. So I will try to explain that I'm not going to talk and to speak about Geneva Convention, even laterally perhaps, because what I want to elaborate is on lege ferenda, based on some already existing principles and past experiences, on what should be the responsibility of intervening states regarding people who fled the country. So normally, actually only international refugee law has dealt with this issue. But this is based on the perspective of the state who is receiving the refugees, not of those that were interfering in the country and leading to violence and conflicts. Normally, we just look at refugees and displaced persons in the perspective of those that are receiving the asylum applications. So what I'm asking is whether Ius Postbellum demand obligations as regards displaced persons from the intervening states in the conflict. And for this purpose, I have to ask two things. As you already asked as well, who are the intervening states? And which obligations may they have regarding the protection of displaced persons? I will address both internally displaced persons and also internationally displaced persons. So, who are the intervening states? I also left outside from the scope the Talibans, because I read the title that Francisco provided me for my talk, and I understood very strictly, perhaps, the notion of intervening states. There has been quite a debate between legal scholars on what intervening states, for the purpose of protecting displaced persons, not for all purposes, but at least for this purpose, of what intervening states would encompass. And this is normally taken in two perspectives. First, as regards those that intervened against the regime of other states that has been already causing thousands of mass human rights violations. I will leave aside the question of humanitarian protection or the right to protect, but the doctrine has been asking whether this state that has defending human rights of those, so claimed defending human rights of those that are already being disrespected, would have then a duty to protect these displaced persons. So I have here two perspectives. One is Véronique Zanetti. There are not that many scholars that have addressed this issue on protection of displaced persons that adopts what I call a maximalist approach. She claims that it's completely irrelevant the motives that have been guiding the states to intervene. So she says that obligations towards displaced persons is not a punishment. So it's important always to provide responses to those who have their rights violated, even because humanitarian intervention, even with the best goodwill possible to defend these persons in the first place, may have caused during the intervention collateral damages. So she claims that it is completely independent from the obligation to protect displaced persons, the motives that had made the state intervene in the first place. In the contrary, Souther is the one author that has the most work published on protection of displaced persons in conflicts. And actually, he just claims that the states that have obligations towards these persons are only that have caused unjust harm. So, collateral damages will not make an obligation, a moral obligation, I will address to this later, to protect these persons. Also, Joseph Carens, which is, he has, perhaps you know, heard about him, he wrote this wonderful book, which is The Ethics of Migration, and even him considered that just states that have caused unjust harm are deemed responsible. Secondly, the type of intervention, which intervening member states can be deemed responsible on a second point of view regarding the type of intervention. And the maximalist approach, and here I agree with this, considers that not just those states that are in a direct conflict or the state that has promoted armed attack, but also those who have trained and provided weapons. So also these are being deemed responsible for protecting displaced persons, so victims of war. And in this context, I would like to quote Pope Francis, that has rebuked, of course, in a moral perspective, states that sell weapons to aid conflicts to other states, but refuse to accept refugees displaced by those conflicts. So if we would adopt this perspective in a legal basis, which for now is only claimed on a moral one, this would put US and also European Union in very difficult positions because we have been assisted, at least in the European Union, to pushbacks as regards Afghans and also Iraqi citizens. So, and we know that they at least have intervened in what regards this training and has Professor mentioned the Taliban regime that was supported by United States in the first place. But even though, if we agree with this definition of intervening states for the purpose of protection of people, we are only mentioning so far moral obligations. I think that these moral obligations are still valid for law purposes because they may reinforce international law on protection of refugees. So it may enhance this branch of law, even just politically, and it may ground a future evolution for the traditional refugee law. Of course, the pure legally norms is considered that no state is more responsible than other to receive displaced persons. So this is what current international refugee law claims. If we receive here in my country, in my territory, an asylum application, perhaps I am bound by the Geneva Convention to provide asylum. But if the asylum seekers have not yet reached the territory, there is not yet a legal obligation to provide help and relief to these persons by allowing them to enter. Of course, Article 14 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everybody has the right to seek for asylum. But again, the traditional thinking is that no state has more duties than others to receive these persons. So perhaps this moral claim that intervening states in this lato sensu may provide guidance to which states have more obligations for receiving these persons. I think that this may resolve this impasse in a fair manner regarding who has the duty to receive displaced persons. Now moving to what obligations, after we have discussed which states, now what obligations do these states have towards these persons? And traditionally we think about three durable solutions. And I believe that these states, with this broad sense, I agree with the broad sense. I'm mentioning broad sense, but actually in a moral perspective, I agree with this sense that I explained about intervening states. So this durable solution would be resettlement, providing asylum in a country where the person is seeking asylum, and local integration, and at the end, voluntary repatriation. So the main principle while choosing these three forms of protecting people, the guiding principle would be the respect for the person's will. Because we want to restore them the full dignity. They were victims, and we would not want to subject them to a second victimization by imposing them certain solutions. So three solutions: resettlement, local integration in a country of asylum, and voluntary repatriation. This third one must take place only in their strict circumstances. So as for resettlement, this was Francisco's challenge, whether there is a duty to resettle. So the intervening states, okay, they have intervened. Now, are they obliged to receive migrants and displaced persons who have fled from the conflict? Well, we know that US has actually resettled, and I have here the numbers, 97,000 Afghan refugees from the beginning of the hostilities, and also 1,019, 202 citizens from Iraq. However, this was only on voluntary basis. We have to agree on that. Perhaps US was aware of his moral duty to provide this protection, but it does not have any correspondence to international law. So what is resettlement? Resettlement is relocating persons that are fleeing the conflict from the very country where the hostilities are taking place, or from neighboring countries where they had seek harboring. Resettlement can take place during or after the conflict, when still the persons cannot go back after the conflict due to lack of secure conditions. Naturally, I would say that some intervening states would be excluded from a resettlement. For example, the aggressor, the enemy. I would not argue that Ukrainian citizens should be resettled to Russia. So, of course, there are these limits. Some authors claim that there is a moral duty of all community to resettle refugees from any conflict. However, I consider this is, of course, an ethical question, but we can claim, if we want to develop law, we have to be more realistic. So I would say that perhaps we could build an understanding that those states that were the intervening ones and should be responsible, and on the basis of a causal connection, that is, the states that have contributed to the reasons why persons do not longer feel safe in their country. Of course, that we have been assisting to some voluntary resettlements, not only US, but there are other countries as well. But I don't think that these experiences are enough to defend that we already have customary law on resettlement regarding intervening states. Because these states have acted without the opinio juris. So, of course, we can claim that is a general practice, which I don't consider that is a general practice, but even if there was a general practice, there's a lack of opinion juris. So, even for customary law, I do not agree that resettlement is already a legal obligation. Second solution, voluntary repatriation. So I highlight voluntary repatriation, and here the intervening states have two types of duties, a moral one and a legal one. Here we can speak about law. The moral one, the duty to facilitate repatriation, to cooperate with agencies and to provide communication with displaced persons in order to organize and resettle these persons, but now in the country of origin. Voluntary repatriation can only take place when the country is secure again, of course, which reminds us being secure is not just ended the conflict, because we have been talking about these questions about peace building and peacekeeping and so on. So if there is some type of insecurity, we cannot send people back, even on voluntary basis. Of course, on voluntary basis we can send, but that would, if we just expel people back to the countries, we will breach the principle of non-refoulement, irrespective of whether there is a formal war or not. If there is insecurity, we cannot send them back. Occupant states, even if there are the aggressors, have to allow the return. So this is, now I'm talking about binding norms. They have to allow the return, who are bound according to the principle of non-discrimination for those who wish to come back to their houses. And these legal bases are enshrined in human rights law. I'm talking about the right to enter in one's country. Of course, we can argue, is this the country, if it's occupied now, if it was conquest, can we still claim that this one's country? I think so. So the occupant aggressor has to allow these people to come back. For me, it's the one's country still. And for IDPs, international displaced persons, they have the right to come back to their cities and to their regions, because also international human rights law provides the right to move freely within the own country. This is enshrined, for example, in the International Convention of Civil and Political Rights, and also in the Universal Declaration, and in the European Convention of Human Rights. So the right to enter in one's country and the right to move freely are, for me, the legal basis for voluntary repatriation. Also, now if I did not want to get into this, but in 1992 Agenda for Peace, and in those who have defended the R2P2 principles, also this voluntary repatriation is highlighted as one of the priorities of the peace building post-conflict. I also recall in this context that it's not very known, but there is a soft law declaration very important, which is the Pinheiro Principles, but perhaps you may heard about it. It was a Portuguese that was the special rapporteur on housing and property restitution for displaced persons. However, and going to the third and last solution for displaced persons, we have to admit that sometimes a return cannot be the optimal solution. and the optimal solution from the point of view of human rights of those displaced persons can be the stay and the permanence in the country of asylum, where the person was protected, her right or his right to remain. First, I would like to address to this challenge regarding the women and gender and sexual orientation and children that are being persecuted in Afghanistan. According to the Geneva Convention, the most contemporary interpretation, which is already expressed in the European Union law, is that these persons are under the protection of the Geneva Convention that sets forth that all those that are persecuted in the grounds of religion, ethnic group, nationality, political opinions, and social group have to receive have to receive protection from the principle of non-refoulement. And in this concept of belonging to social group, European Union and the European Court of Human Rights as well, while developing the prohibition of torture by sending these people back to Afghanistan, considers that we may encompass here women that are being persecuted in a country where they are discriminated against or subjected to ill treatment. Also children, let's think about forced marriages or genital mutilation or forced recruitment to armed forces. So women, children, homosexual persons and so on, where they are persecuted, they are now under the most contemporary interpretation under the Geneva Convention. So just to provide my point of view as regards that question. So the first was resettlement, the second was voluntary return, and the third will be providing asylum to the person in a country where he or she has asked for asylum. I said that normally when the conflict ends, one looks at the better decision for displaced persons as the voluntary return. We think that this is the normal solution. So the conflict has ended, the country is now safe, so the normal thing would be to come back. But Joseph Carens has already, and I agree with him, that people may already rebuild their lives elsewhere and develop ties that would encompass, if we deprive this person from maintaining these ties, social ties, family ties, work ties, so people that are perfectly integrated in the asylum society, we would deny them the human rights of privacy life. So perhaps in these cases, the country of asylum cannot send these people back because of non-refoulement. It's not non-refoulement now at stake because the country is secure, but for example, for respect of their private life, of these people that are already integrated in the society. So this is applicable both to asylum country and also to intervening states. So as regards intervening states, their obligation is not to make forced returns. So people cannot be forced to return to their former country or actual country if they wish to remain in the country of asylum. Of course, this country of asylum has to allow this permanence. And finally, I will address now very briefly the issue of protection of goods and property of those who were the displaced persons in the country of origin. According to Pinheiro principles, all displaced persons have the right to have restored their housing, land, or to be compensated in the country of origin. And this would be independently of any of the mentioned durable solutions. So if the person has chosen to remain in the asylum country, they still have the right to regain their housing, their land, or if this is not possible, to be compensated. And there are many humanitarian law about illicit occupations of housing and so on. So after the conflict, these persons, irrespective of whether they are returning or not, they have the right to reacquire their goods. As a final remark, as I tried in my intervention to show, is that responsible states have already, for example, when I'm mentioning voluntary return, it's legal norms, or we could think about future developments, the moral obligations towards displaced persons. This would add both to use post-bellum and to refugee law, which is still based on affording asylum only to those who have arrived already to the country. However, these solutions, these three solutions, resettlement, voluntary return, and asylum and permanence in asylum, will vary according to the displaced person's will. So, of course, we have to always respect their will. There cannot be forced return, neither forced displacement, of course. And also the limits of the state's reception capacities. Perhaps we can argue a moral obligation to resettle, and I think that this is something that we can think about, but not for every state. It cannot have conditions to provide a dignity to those who he wishes to accommodate. So what scholars claim is a moral duty whether to resettle, whether to provide some help to states that have resettled, or even to United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. So those that cannot protect directly the displaced persons at least should have a moral duty to compensate those that are protected. So this is pretty much what I had to share with you, and I thank you very much for your attention and your patience. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think it's very promising that you were the only speaker that finished before time. So, and now we can have, so I was able to understand that there are some differences between the speakers regarding rights of states and duties of states. So now we open the floor to questions that the audience might have. Otherwise, I have some other questions. Oh, Francisco. You do not like us. You are so far away.
Check the computer to make sure. Well, thank you very much. I'm obviously biased, but what an interesting topic this is. And I'm always struck with hundreds of questions whenever I think about it. But the presentations definitely lived up to my expectations. And really, this is a comment, but I think a lot of the interest around this topic comes with the fact that when thinking about conflicts and public opinion about conflicts and public discussion about conflicts, a lot of it is centered around occupations post use of force, and maybe that's my first question. It relates to to Afghanistan, which is what moment can we talk about post-bellum? Because, I mean, hostilities have existed since 2001 in greater or lesser extent until, well, almost this day. So where should post-bellum, when can we start talking about post-bellum? And maybe pass from IHL to post-bellum, or shouldn't we pass from one to the other? Are they contemporary, or can they be contemporary? Second question. and from what I understood, especially from Jens's intervention, you seem to understand postbellum as really a legal project for the future. I might be wrong, but something which nowadays is more ethical, or of a more ethical than of a legal basis, if I understood correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong. My question is, as scholars, as legal scholars, and especially you and the Grotius Center, have you and are you identifying relevant state practice that might suggest that we are in the process of formation of customary use postbellum obligations? And maybe give some examples. I would be interested in hearing about that. And finally, I sort of understood Anarita's point, but she again, but I would also like to hear Jens's perspective on this, which is, do you believe that obligations have a connection with the legality or illegality of the intervention in the first place? So will a state, for example, that has intervened illegally have more or different obligations than a state that hasn't done so? And or do we have a cut between use post bellum and use ad bellum and use in bellum, similar to the one that we have between use ad bellum and use in bellum? So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Oh, sorry.
So thank you very much. Most of what I would like to ask you, Francisco has already asked, so probably this is a follow-up question. But I like very much your approach to this differentiation of responsibilities regarding the intervening state in the case of a conflict. Although, especially with respect to the first presentation, I understand that Anarita, at some point she mentioned the occupant state, which means that it's easier for me from a legal perspective to understand what would be the basis for those legal obligations, in the sense that you can have human rights law or humanitarian law instruments being applicable, but what is not completely clear for me is what would be the legal basis for arguing that in case of post-occupation, not even post-war or post-bellum, but post-occupation, what would be the reason for differentiation of that intervening state, precisely because the occupation has ceased. So apparently you're not suggesting that the problem is with the end of occupation, but I could not understand, is that a human rights law-based obligation? In that case, what kind of post-control occupation? What would explain the rise of these legal obligations? What would be specifically the basis? Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No? So I would like to ask a question, if I may. The topic is on the spotlight, because I just received a notification of the New York Times and some news were just released saying that a judge blocked the Biden administration for lifting a pandemic rule that has denied entry to most asylum seekers at the border since March 2020. So this is, well, it's related with another matter. But I was on Wednesday in a conference about more the conflict with Ukraine and Russia, and if you could, because I don't know much about European law, so I'm totally ignorant. Is this temporary right that the European Union is giving to these to the Ukrainian people, and how are we going to distinguish the situation then when Ukrainians that came to Europe and they build those links with the territory that welcomed them, and then a possibility repatriation to Ukraine since once the conflict ends? And another question, if I may, is, and to the both of you, is you know, we know the policies of Poland and Hungary regarding matters of asylum seekers and refugees, very strict, and now these countries are the countries, because of the geographic location, that are receiving the huge amount of refugees. So aren't we asking from the receiving states too much? How will the European Union deal with this matter and with this huge number of refugees located in those countries? So if this makes any sense. Thank you. I don't know who wants to start answering the questions of the audience.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. I'll try to do them justice. How do we know when an armed conflict is ended in a complex situation? I'm glad, you know, one more person besides the opposition committee has read my PhD thesis. Maybe slightly broader. You can ask your library to go purchase my recent monograph, which was based on that. And you know what I am arguing for. Thanks for the opportunity to expand it. It's a little technical sounding, but I call it a hybrid functional approach, right? Where you have to recognize there are real temporal boundaries which make important legal distinctions, right? You sort of say, there's a new government, they don't have consent for the use of force anymore, that happened. There's, you know, no longer an armed conflict between the US and the Taliban anymore. That happened. You know, when precisely the, you know, clock ticked, and whether you want, you know, the Doha Agreement to be the end of the armed conflict or these things, I sort of take the approach that, you know, a court would take, that you sort of, you don't need to know exactly the moment to know that we're past it. I think in general, the trend towards reflecting the reality of the situation on the ground, which necessarily has some grays in it, and looking the objective existence of an armed conflict. You know, we have a large practice for that, and we can address that, but we have to be particular, right? We have to say, not, are we in, you know, in armed conflict or not, without discussing who and where, right? So it may very well be that you could make an argument that the current government of Afghanistan and ISIS-K are in an armed conflict, or maybe it hasn't reached that level of intensity or not. So you don't talk about this in the abstract. You try to be very particular and tie it to particular legal obligations. So that temporal function is still there, but why I call it a hybrid approach, a hybrid functional approach, is because the most helpful way to think of jus ad bellum, jus in bello, and jus post bellum is not to completely blinder yourself to discrete temporal units. People make this mistake, and I think introducing the term jus post bellum in some ways made it worse, where people think, well, there's a jus ad bellum question, but then once we're in an armed conflict, we forget about that, and then we're in a jus in bello question, and then when it's over, we'll talk about jus post bellum. And I think that's wrong. I think with post bellum, as I indicated, it, amongst other things, can serve as a useful interpretive tool for obligations even during armed conflict, right? So it doesn't have that strict temporal divide. Instead, the post bellum is additionally a desideratum, right? It is, we want to achieve a certain type of peace, and you can see this through the practice of peacemaking, you know, that you see historically through these processes. So an example dear to my own heart, I'm sorry if I'm going, but like, let's take the most in bello thing you can think of, right? Targeting decision. Do we get to blow up the bridge or not, right? Well, you would think, well, that's not, where are we? That's clearly in bello. But the ad bellum question hasn't gone away, right? If this is a continued aggression, it is still a continued aggression. That field of law it hasn't gone, even if it's discrete from your in bello consideration. And further, you may well have, as an interpretive tool, the idea that we're not just in an armed conflict for the fun of it, we're trying to achieve a particular goal. So while it might meet every requirement in IHL, you might say, it's a bridge, it's a symbol connecting these two communities. It's going to be difficult to create the kind of just peace, and that might, whether you want to say it as prudentially, ethically, or legally, lead you to different decisions in the armed conflict than you would otherwise. Whether it's a legal project for the future, that's a sort of yes and. I do think there is a lot of room for development. You can't point at the post-bellum treaty, right, per se. You don't have the equivalent of, the Geneva Conventions or the Hague Regulations or the UN Charter that you might have with jus in bellum or jus in bello. But at the same time, as I've tried to articulate today, and maybe I can expand on, it's not wholly a theoretical project, but it is often very particularized. So if you have a UN Security Council resolution that is regulating the transition from armed conflict to peace, that is jus post bellum in action. It often is just more particularized and requires a bit more work than if you had a treaty or reflecting customary international law of general application. I don't want to take up all of the time. I want to maybe go to this question of the legality of post-occupation, which again, even in IHL, there are some often residual, you have a period where, you need to get the prisoners of war back, right? You have some very, very classical, well-grounded areas of post-obligation. And I think in the context of jus post bellum, again, it tends to be more particularized than general. So you look at the situation after World War II, right, which is the great triumph story to some degree of jus post bellum, to say, well, here we did it. We took a wicked regime and we managed to transform them into the kind of just and sustainable peace that we would want. But the way that happened, was through a slow process, and even to this day, the U.S. has particular treaty obligations and relations with Germany, with Japan, that in some times took decades to develop. So you might have, again, those particular obligations with Afghanistan, or there should have been, or maybe we can even develop them if we can compromise and make them in the future. With receiving states, I think I'm going to pass over and let Professor Gill cover that, but I hope I've covered that, and if not, please follow up.
Thank you very much to both of you for the interesting questions. I hope I did not speak too fast when you said that I ended before the time. As regards Francisco, post-bellum or not post-bellum, I think that you are mentioning during the 20 years. I think that things changed during these 20 years. Perhaps sometimes we were mentioning civil war, other times just insecurity. So I cannot say that this during 20 years we could encompass on it was war going on or conflict. So we had several periods, and actually in what it comes to asylum, this was reflected on the normative applicable law in the European Union, because sometimes we did not provide asylum to Afghans because we said, no, the country now is safe, you don't need asylum, so go back. Other times, we would say, no, this is, again, insecure, so we will stay with you. We have this thing in refugee law, which is the country of information documents. So while you are deciding an asylum application, you have this updated information. So things have changed, and I can link this to the refugee law. Things have changed dramatically during these 20 years. From internal conflict, just insecurity, civil uprisings, and so on. So I cannot say that it was an homogeneous period as regards conflict or war or whatever. So as for legal duties, and I mentioned occupation, yes, but of course these legal duties are also binding the state that was, if the winner state is the state that was not the aggressor, of course they are applicable to this state as well. The thing is that post-bellum, and Professor, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the first scholar was Oren? I don't know whether I'm pronouncing correct.
Brian Arendt was
okay,
one of
Brian
the first.
Yeah, the first one. I think that I learned that from your PhD thesis. So he has built the first principles. And it was thought, firstly, for winners. Which duties do winners have towards the population, which is what I'm talking about. But actually, in what I mentioned, there is no difference. Both of them are bound by the duty to receive people to their own country, the right to go back to their places of origin regarding IDPs, international displaced persons, and also Pinheiro principles, which is soft law, but still we can argue on the right to private property or something like that, the right to have the goods back to the legal sphere of those who had fled. So I think that when it comes to return, even if this is an occupying force or not, there are legal principles, at least here. Not in resettlement and the other things, but at least here. As regarding temporary protection and EU principles, yeah, temporary protection is an urgent answer, so you don't need to demonstrate that you fulfill all the conditions of the Geneva Convention, that you are persecuted on all those grounds. So the option of the European Union was to provide an urgent answer and an automatic answer to all those that are fleeing Ukraine, which encompasses refugees that were being protected by Ukraine. They had 5,000 Syrians living there. So all those people that were residing in Ukraine after 24 February will have in all member states, this is a binding council decision, they have the right to be living there under this temporary protection. Of course, this raises lots of questions, and one of the questions that you mentioned is what I was saying, repatriation. What happens if they create links to the territory? Well, it has a general rule in practice. I have to say, people wish to return to their country. So this is something that normally people say, oh, then they will come and they will live with us, and then the main culture will be the Islamic one, and so on. normally people wish to go back. If there is a conflict and the reason to flee was the conflict, they wish to go back. It's their homeland, so this is what happens. Still, we have to think about what happens if people do not want to go back and they have already settled ties in the country, which is quite an interesting question because for example, in Portugal, we have a settled diaspora since the 90s of Ukrainian citizens. Well, the temporary protection regime allows for these people that are under protection here to ask for normal asylum, which means that you can ask for a refugee status while staying here. If you do that, then you will acquire a stable status. And 5 years is the period of protection. In Portugal, in the other European Union countries, normally 3 years of protection. In Portugal, this is very important. We give 5 years of protection, which means that if these people learn to speak Portuguese, they may acquire Portuguese nationality. Okay, we just need to provide naturalization, 5 years of staying in Portugal and Portuguese speaking and no criminal record. So if people want to have a legal protection of these ties, actually there is a legal way to provide it. Even if it wasn't the case, according to European Court of Human Rights, these ties should be protected, but when people have long stays, let's talk about 10 years or something like that, not 1 year. The temporary protection is 1 year, so it is considered that is not enough to provide protection to these ties, because, and also people when they come and ask for temporary protection, they know that this is a temporary protection from the outset. As regards Poland, Hungary, aren't we asking too much for the European Union? Well, of course, it's not just the European Union that has the duty to receive. We have provided temporary protection, but of course, other states, if these people arrive to the states, they have the duty to respect the Geneva Convention. How to deal with it? The only way that I see to deal with it is to have mechanisms for solidarity between member states, for distribution, on an equal basis, not an equal basis, it has to be equitative basis, based on the reception capacities of each member state. That was something that happened lately in the 2015 refugee crisis, and this is something that is highly discussed. Why are we protecting Ukrainians and we did not need the same for Afghans and Iraqis and Syrians? This is another thing. So the European Union has to provide answers to distribute these asylum seekers and through the European Union, and not just to burden Poland and Hungary. So this is what I would say the solution, the possible solution.
You may.
Okay.
1 minute.
Well, okay. I just realized I didn't answer the legality, jus post bellum connection very well. And so again, yes, of course, first of all, then you're probably in the realm of international armed conflict, right? Because you're introducing jus bellum. And so another way to phrase it is, if an act of aggression is the initiator of an armed conflict, what effects does that have with post-bellum? And of course, that begins to answer itself. Then once you say that, you cannot recognize the illegal annexation of a state. It has effects in international law, and you also tend, in successful repulsion of an act of aggression, the question of remedy comes into effect. And of course, again, when you look at state practice, you see various situations where you can take that remedy too far. You can have, the Treaty of Versailles, where you're pushing justice to the point where you don't have a sustainable situation. So in any of these situations, that's one of the things you need to look at is, is this sustainable? So I may feel that Pakistan should take a limitless number of refugees, and they deserve it, you know, in a certain sense. But of course, you don't want to tip Pakistan into an unsustainable situation either. So they may need some assistance for the international community who's concerned about that. So I just wanted to follow up on that because I didn't address it properly before.
So thank you very much indeed to these two panelists, but I think on behalf of the organization, we would like to thank all the panelists. And I think on behalf of the panelists, we'd like to thank the organization and to invite us, and for inviting us to be here in Lisbon. And I think it's time to say goodbye, but I won't sing because I was expelled from every single choir. And so thank you very much, and hope to see you again in these academic debates. Well, thank you.